That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 book, that 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 book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. Oh, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book. 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 That book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. Stop. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 that book. That book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. 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 Oh, that book, 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 that book. Oh, that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. 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 that book, 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 that book. Oh. Oh no! That book! 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 That book, 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 that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book. That book, 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 that book. 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 Oh God. Это книга. О, Боже. That book. 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 Le book. That book. That book. That book. Oh God. That book. 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 that book, 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 that book. 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 That book, 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 that book. That book, that book, that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, that book, that book. 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 Oh. That book. 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 that book, 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 that book. That book, that book. Oh. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. Oh God. That book, 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 that book. That book, that book. That book. That book. That book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 book. That book. That book. Mm-hmm. 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 That book. 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 Oh. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Oh. That book. 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 Oh God. That book. 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 Oh, that book. 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 Book. That 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 book. Fuck you. That book. 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 Book. That 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 book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. 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 That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that fuck you. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, that book, that book, that book, that book. Oh my. Ah! Ah! Fuck. that book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. 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 Hey. Huh? that book, that book, that book, that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. Oh, that book. 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 That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 das Buch, das Buchen, der Buch, da Buch, ta Buch, та книга. Ты знаешь, что я знаю с русским? Это неправильно, что я не знаю. Короче, ты думаешь, что я не знаю, но на самом деле я знаю. Я знаю, как говорить на русском. Ты думаешь, что я не знаю? А ты думал, что я не знаю русский язык? А на самом деле я жила в Киеве, ну, то есть в Полтаве. Короче, на 4, то есть сколько? Сколько лет там жила? Ну, короче, не меньше 2 года. Я там жила не меньше 2 года. А я не помню сколько. Если спросишь, когда я не пьяна, тогда я помню. Но я сейчас помню, не помню. Короче. Короче. Как сказать на английском? Боже. That book. Короче, иди нафиг. Я пьяна. Блядь. Сколько было? О боже. Короче. Сколько тут? О боже. 8550. 8550. 8550. Боже. 8550. That book. Я пьяна. Что ты хочешь? Бля. Сухо. О боже, я пьяна. Совсем. Боже мой. О боже мой. О боже. О боже. А що ти ви хочете? Ви хочете, щоб було немає рубашки, боже мой. Іди нафіг. Иди нахуй. Иди отсюда, бля, от меня. Вы не знаете. Читай. О боже мой, не, я не понимаю, что такое. Если вы не знаете, что я, блядь, пьяна. Я на 100% пьяна. Если вы не знаете русский язык, тогда иди отсюда, блядь. Я не, блядь. Иди отсюда, хуй. Отсюда мне, блядь. Ну, боже. Все мой клавиатура на полу сидит. И вы тут сидите, а кто вы? Вообще не понимаю, а кто тут сидит, я даже не знаю. О, блядь. Не совсем пьяная. А я знаю, что я пьяна, что... Бляха-муха. А вы... Боже мой. Моя клавиатура на поле. Там сидите, а я тут сижу. Да я не вижу ничего, бляха. Бляха-муха. А вы? Я даже ничего не знаю, блях. Боже мой. А сколько я там видео сказала? Там моя книга, та книга. Та книга, та книга, та книга. А сколько раз я сказала? 8552 раза. 532, 2. Бляха-муха, ты иди отсюда, я не понимаю, что тебе хочете. А я тут сижу пьяна, а что ты хочешь от меня? Блядь. Я совсем пьяна. Ничего не понимаю. А Digibro там сказал, там 2 часов назад, не знаю сколько раз назад, блядь. Что сказал? Так, книга. Как я сказал, уже сказал, то есть. Сказала уже, не знаю сколько раз, 8000 раз или сколько там, 7000 раз оттуда. Не знаю. Пьяна совсем. А ты хочешь что? Что рубашки снимала? Ты что, дурак? Ты что ли? Иди отсюда! Боже мой, иди отсюда, иди на фиге. А я тут сижу. Боже мой. Я пьяна, что ли? Ты думаешь, что я пьяна? Ну, правда пьяна. Боже. Я даже не говорю на английском, боже мой. Ну сколько это самое сангрия, сколько еще? Ну я уже 1,5 литра выпила, то есть 1,5 литра там сидит. А ты думаешь, что я не выпина? А я тоже, я думаю, что я выпина, если честно говоря. Я думаю, что я дуже выпина. А ты думаешь, что я не выпина? Ну ты дурак вообще. А ты думаешь на английском, что ли? А я не говорю на английском иногда я говорю на русском языке. Потому что я жила в Украине, и там говорят иногда на русском языке, а я говорила на русском языке, не на украинском. Это шо? Я не говорила шо, я говорила что, как правильная русская жена, не шо, а что, буква Т говорила. А ты думаешь, что я говорила на шо? Ты думаешь, что я так дурака, что ли? А на правом деле я говорила на шо? Иди отсюда, дурак, вообще. Боже, так громко говорит в ушках. Ты видишь, эти ушках говорят так громко. Так громко говорит вообще. Ну, вы считаете, что я больше на женская вид или на мужская вид? Как вы думаете вообще? Вы думаете, что больше на женском или на мужском виде? Как вы думаете? Можно... О, боже мой. Можно в комментариях говорите. Я не буду обсуждать вообще. Короче, вы думаете, что я на английском говорю, а на самом деле я, боже мой, я больше на русском говорю, потому что я жила в Украине. Я жила в Украине, сколько лет, блин, я не помню. Сколько лет, я не помню, боже мой. Короче, я думаю, 4 года. 4 года? Может, 3. 4 года, думаю. 4 года жила в Украине, в Полтаве. Маленький, 400 голодах там живут. Короче. А я там жила. Боже. Я там бросала там на пол. А вы так думаете? Короче. Я там жила 4 года. А до этого жила там 6 год, то есть 2 года. А я выучила языки русская, не украинская. Я это языка не понимаю вообще. Я, короче, чуть-чуть понимаю, чуть-чуть. Короче, я дуже маленько понимаю. Короче, я там жила, я думаю, 4 года. 4. Короче, сколько? С 10-го года. А сколько сейчас? 17-й? Сколько? 17 уже? Я не... Короче, вы считаете сами. Я в 14 году там сидела, как мужская полу, а тогда поменялась на женскую. Короче, 6 месяцев назад. А если вы понимаете, что 4 года, 4 месяца, то есть 4 месяца назад, 4 месяца назад, я так выглядела как мужское пол. А тогда я поменялась, тогда я поменялась на женскую виде. Я переехала сюда, в Техасе, то есть в Америке. Понимаете, что Америка это мир, вообще другой мир, оттуда там живет все люди сумасшедшие, а тут живут те, которые не сумасшедшие, а те, которые понимают. А ты не понимаешь, конечно. Ты не понимаешь, о чем я говорю. А я говорю на чистом языке. Короче, я говорю на языке русском, как мы все говорим. Короче, та книга, боже мой, та книга. А какая книга? А я не помню уже, я пьяна. Тогда я понималась на женском виде. Нет, понимаете, о чем я говорю. И это, что есть, флаг, да, это флаг. Это флаг тем, которые поменяются на другом поле, которые не видели, то есть это самое. После беременности, это самое. Когда я стала жить как мужчина, а тогда я стала женщина, поминайте, что я была мужчина, видишь, сыной, а в середине была на самом деле, а не в самом деле, а в самом деле была женщина в середине. А вы думали, что на видом было мужчина, а в самом деле была женщина внутри. А если я там жила, вот там это самое русское языке, русская, Россия, может сказать. Там вы меня убивали, блядь. А тут я сижу в Техасе. Дуже плохая статья для это самое, такие трансвестити. Дуже плохая страна для таких. Поменяют пол, когда хотите. То есть не когда хотите, а когда узнаете. Короче, я не знала раньше. Вы думали, что я просто так хотела быть женщиной? Я родила, то есть мальчиком. Но вы думаете, что я не родила мальчиком? Родила мальчиком, и тогда мормон был. Короче, я мормон был. Я не знал. Я не знал вообще ничего. Я вообще ничего не знал. Вообще. Я не знал, что такое лево и право. Я просто так думала. Может это лево, может это право. Право или не, я не понимаю. Короче, я ничего не знаю. Потому что все говорят, что там налево. Может это правда. Может там правда налево. А может там правда неправда. Не понимаю вообще ничего. А когда выросла, когда я выросла, я помнила для себя, что я иду, блин, неправда, а я не хочу туда. Ты понимаешь, что я говорю? А ты думаешь, что я хочу направо? Ты думаешь, что я хочу туда? А я пошла туда. А я туда пошла. С дочкой, с женой. Пошла. То есть пошел тогда. Я думала, что я пошел даже. А ты ничего не понимаешь, бляха-муха ты. Иди отсюда, бляха-муха. То есть я пошла туда. То есть тогда, короче, я пошел туда с женою, с дочкой. Пошел туда. направо, на правом пути. А я осознала для себя, что это неправда, что я не хочу туда, бля, идти. Я не хочу туда, на правом идти, в пути идти, бля. А я налево иду. Я даже направо не иду. Никогда, бляха-муха. Я никогда не была счастлива там. А ты там счастлив? Тогда ходи туда, блядь, иди оттащи от меня. А я там, блядь, никогда не была счастлива. Боже мой. Я там была грустная такая, которую вы не понимаете. Я так грустная каждый день была, что вы не понимаете. Я каждый день хотела себя убить. Каждый день. Было беременна столько жить. А вы думаете, что можно просто дальше идите, а вы не понимаете, что было, блядь, в голове у меня. Было так сложно даже стоять утром. Было так сложно пить водою вот там. А теперь живу не в Украине, на моем месте, моя жизнь там живет, а я живу где? Техас, в Америке. А вы думаете, что вы понимаете, что это значит? Моя дочка, там тысячи миллионов, блядь, это самое. А я не видела уже месяц. Я скучаю за ней. Дочка, которая там в Украине, а я тут, в Америке. Вы думаете, что это легко? Тут живете, выпить, чтоб ты запомнил. Боже мой. Боже. Я выпила вообще, точно выпила. Это была плохая идея, вообще не понимаю, почему я хотела так делать. Я думала, что я не выпила так много, наверное. Я не понимаю вообще, что я делаю, бляха, муха, блах. Я думаю, что никто не посмотрит уже. Я думаю, что, наверное, уже все ушли. Потому что я слишком пьяна. Я дуже пьяна. Я думаю, что я не пьяна, тогда это вы Бля, что, дурак вообще? Я вообще не понимаю вообще. Короче, у меня еще полная банка, это самое саке. Короче, японская алкоголь. Ба, я не хотел вообще. Короче, не только это еще осталось. Короче, что осталось? Сангрия. Сангрия еще осталось. Вы знаете, что я сначала хотел 8 часов. Короче, упал на крышка. Крышка на поле. Банка тут. Банка тут. Опа. Опа, на тарелка тут есть чуть-чуть на... Это самое... В роте. Уже. Чуть-чуть на роте. А на это самое... короче. Столе. Чуть-чуть на столе. 8552 раза! О, боже, так мало! Так мало! Он сколько слов сказал, то есть 4, ну то есть 40 тысяч слова говорил в книге. А я сколько раз обещала. Я не обещала ничего. А я себе обещала сколько раз 50. То есть не с 50, а 8 часов обещал. А ты думаешь, что я могу вообще? Я умирала бы праха-муха. Короче, у меня сангрия. Сколько еще? 1500 почти. Почти, не точно, а почти. 1,5 почти. Ну, на чуть-чуть на пол, на кровати, на поле. А дочка там и в Украине, в Полтаве, бля. А я где? Я в Даллас, Техас. Сколько миллионов милов, блядь, сколько милов. 8 тысяч, 4 тысячи, я не понимаю, я не помню. Я пьяна вообще. Ты думаешь, что я не пьяна? Если там мужчина стоял и сказал, соси мой писун, я сказала бы, да, сосу. Боже мой, хорошо, что вы понимаете на английском вообще, что русском не говорите. Если вы не знали, я пьяна. Где мой мышка? Мышка, не мышка вообще. Где мой мышка? А вот она, мышка, я нашла. Мышка. О боже, где? Пошла ты самая. А вы не знали, что я говорила на русском языке? А когда особенно пьяна? Ну, вы понимаете, что если вы знали русский язык, тогда я, наверное, начала на русском языке. И тогда, когда пьяна была, на английском говорила. Ну, конечно. Я еще не глупая, конечно. Еще чуть-чуть. Чуть-чуть, ты дуже маленькая, умная. Короче, самое. Где ты сам? Короче. Где ты самая? О, боже мой, 8552! 8000! 8000! 500! 2! 8000! 8000! 552! Раз сказала that big. That big. Вы понимали, что я говорила? Я думаю, что вообще не понимала, о чем я говорила. Даже если там было 50 человек, я думаю, что там было меньше. Конечно, думаю, что там было, может, 3 человека, а может, 4 человека там было. А сколько там было? Я не помню. Конечно, я пьяна вообще. Точно пьяна. Я даже не помню, сколько я там сидела и говорила, но что я, блядь, пьяна. Я не понимаю ничего, бляха-муха. Вы знаете, когда я начала говорить на русском языке, вы знаете, я не помню. Вы помните? Вы помните, когда я начала говорить на русском языке? Вы помните? Сколько раз больше говорила. Та книга. Плюсовая. А та книга. О, боже. Та книга совсем не то, что я ожидала. Та книга была совсем не то, что я ожидала. А ты думаешь, что я знала, что я говорила раньше, чем я ожидала? Я не знала вообще. Да совсем не помнила, что я говорила вообще. Я слышу себя. Там в ушах сидите. Бля. Возле компьютера. И громко говорите на русском, чистом русском языке. Я слышу в ухах. Оттуда. То есть оттуда. Сидят на поле ушка и говорят на чистом языке русская. Чистом русском языке. И они меня мешают говорить чистом, без ошибок. И так что, если вы думаете, что я говорю в ошибках, тогда лучше говорить, что ошибок меня обещают. Короче, самое. Вы думаете, что я пьяна? Короче, правильно думаете, я точно пьяна. I'm drunk. I'll say it in English. I won't just say it in Russian языке, English language. Короче, in short, I am drunk. In case you did not know this, если вы не знали, блях, я пьян. Що це вообще? Це що? Лоранодин. Це от алергії. This is... Опа. Простите, товарищи. Sorry, my American friends. This is an accident. This is... Опа. Короче, that was me being... That was... How do you say? Allergy medicine. That was the medicine for being allergic to the air. Короче, самое дело. Я не вижу вообще ничего. Короче, самое дело. О чем я говорил вообще? Facebook. Лицо обычное. А вы помните еще, о чем я говорил? Я не помню. Я совсем пьяна. Я думала, что я хотела говорить. Та книга. Сколько раз, я не знаю, 20 тысяч, 4 тысячи, 8 тысяч, 40 тысяч, я не помню. Я совсем пьяна. Фах, хор, пища, здали и жали. Иди в сухо. Иди на сухо, бля. Ты бляха-муха. Ты вообще не понимаешь, что я говорю, я думаю. А сколько у меня еще выпить? Столько. Почти 1500. Грамм. Это самое. Сангрия. Ты понимаешь, что я, наверное, вырабатываю больше, чем ты. Я работаю как программист. Я знаю, как программировать. А ты что знаешь? Хапер. Ты что знаешь? Что ты знаешь? Фух, юхор, биш, дайнджел. Ты знаешь, что это значит? Я, наверное, больше вырабатываю, чем ты, если честно. Я даже не выпано говорю, я в чистом виде говорю. Я, наверное, больше, чем ты, вырабатываю, чем ты. Капер. 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 А ты знаешь, мои груди лучше, чем твои. Даже если я родила как мужчина. Сколько лет? Почти 30 лет назад. А я теперь живу как женщина. А мои волосы такие длинные сюда выросли. Чуть-чуть больше могли вырасти. Конечно, груди, конечно, лучше. Если больше размер, они мне еще маленькие, конечно. Видишь, как маленькие. О боже, так маленькие. Дуже маленькие. Второй размер, если читаете на большем. Если на меньшем, конечно, первый. Первый размер можно читать. Я не обращала, если вы думаете, что на первый. Если на первом скажете, тогда я сказала, наверное, на первом размер выросло. Конечно, на первом. А брови можно чище. Конечно, чище можно. Сухоблях! Сухоблях! Ты думаешь, что я не понимаю? А я, конечно, понимаю. You fucking ugly trash bitch! Disgrace to mother Russia! Я понимаю. На английском читаю, блях. Ты думаешь, что я не читаю? Конечно, читаю. О боже, где это самое? О боже, где? О боже мой. Я не вижу ничего. Я только вижу это самое. Хорошо вижу теперь. Я не пьяна. Ты думаешь, что я пьяна? Ты дурак тогда. Идти не санши дорог. А я не помню ничего. Ты думала, что я помнила? Тогда ты точно дурак. Я выпила. Ты думаешь, что я живу в Украине или в России? Короче. Надо было сказать. Можно сказать that book. Было так тогда, раньше сказала тогда that book. Я не помню. О боже. Я слишком пьяна. О боже. Я ничего не вижу. Блях! Извините, бля. Мой товарищ, извините, я совсем выпила. Совсем. Я совсем выпила. Но вы знаете, что я трансвестит, бля, тут флаг. Все это самое. Трансвеститов. Те, которые родились как мужчина и стала женщина потом. Я тоже выросла. Мужчина. Я выросла, я родила То есть я родился мужчиной. И тогда я помнил, я знал, я осознал, что я истый мужчина. То есть не мужчина, а женщина. Ви знаєте, це груди не від Бога, а від хімія. Ви знаєте, це груди від хімії. Груди від хімії. Эстрогена. Я выпью каждый день 2 раза. 2 миллиграмма каждый день. Утром и вечером 2 миллиграмма. 4 грамма на день. В день. То есть. Я не помню, что такое that book. Вы те, что я говорила, that book. А вы хотите, что я говорю? That book. Я слишком, выпойно говорит. That book для тебя, для вас. Боже. Я даже не знаю, сколько лет за мной. Я знаю, что я несколько раз говорила. Вы хотели, что я больше продолжал, но не говорил на русском, еще он говорил. Вы хотели, что я только больше продолжал? Вы хотите, что я просто продолжала и не говорила про себя? Вы про меня не хотите знать? Вы понимаете, что я говорю с украинским, это самое, нечистым языком. Я выпил вообще. Чтобы вы точно знали. Чтобы вы не просто думали, что я чуть-чуть. Я хотела, ты знаешь, я хотела 8 часов чисто. Просто так. 8 часов. Говорит. 8 часов. Так они. А теперь я говорю на русском. Ты знаешь, я американка вообще. Я родилась в Америке. Я родилась в Америке. В штат Виргиния даже. Я там только живела. Сколько? 8? 4 лет в Украине. Только 4. Фу, боже, я ничего не вижу. Я ничего не вижу. Вообще. Я думаю, что я не могу продолжать. Но ты знаешь, что я не родилась женщиной. Я чтобы вы все знали. Точно не знали. То есть это флаг не тут сидит я. Не только просто так. Потому что я поддерживаю те, которые там выжили, как родили как мужчины и тогда стали женщиной. А я так. Я жила как мужчина. Я выросла как мужчина. Я родила девушкой как мужчина. У меня дочкой как мужчиной. И у меня теперь будет через месяц девушка как мужчиной. Я отец. Я отец как мужчина. Только сколько как я живу тут. Сколько тут живу. Я не помню. Месяц. Больше. Я выпила. И извините вообще, товарищи. Я выпила. Если не помню, тогда это не моя вина. Помните? Я выпила. Иди отсюда. Короче. Это флаг тут не сидит. Просто так. Это флаг сидит, потому что я тут родилась как мужчина с писюнчиком. Короче, еще писюнчик есть. Так что если вы хотите со мной переночевать, думаете, ты со мной хотите в заднице мне или в заднице себе? Понимаете, о чем я говорю? Наверное, понимаете, потому что я на русском языке говорю, понимаете, товарищ? А, не понимаете вообще. Show me your boobies, сказал I'm happier. Короче, мои boobies дуже маленькие, понимаете? Они уже дуже маленькие. Очень маленькие. Я понимаю. You ugly trash. You fucking ugly trash. Bitch, disgrace to Мазараша, сука, блях, сказал им Хапер. Но ты понимаешь? Я, наверное, лучше понимаете, чем вы, им Хапер. А вы, наверное, не понимаете, что такое русская жизнь. Ты там, наверное, не жила, а я там жила, но то есть не в русская. Я там в русская жизнь жила. Я в Украине жила. Ну, если вы там в Украине не жили, а в русской жизни жили, тогда, конечно, я не понимаю, о чем я говорю. Я там не жил. Я только в Украине жил. Понимаете? Я пьяный. Я точно пьяный. Я даже не знаю, сколько я тут живу. Только я тут сижу и говорю, ни на чем не понимаю. Короче, я не помню, сколько времени. 5:20. Боже мой, я начала в час в мое время. То есть, это было точно больше 4 часов. Show me your boobies, говорит. Ты знаешь, если вам то есть показала, если я вам показала мой груди, мой boobies, как вы говорите, вы думаете, я думаю, наверное, вы хотели вы. И думаю, что это, наверное, было бы достаточно вам. если понимаете. Короче, наверное, было бы достаточно. Наверное, было бы слишком маленький для вас. Потому что, ты знаешь, только выросли 3 месяца. Ну, может меньше. Я не помню. Я слишком пьяна. Я дуже пьяна сейчас. Если занималась сексом в вашем языке, друг с другом, как бы сказать, писунчик, то есть это самое. Я не помнила бы. Я не помнила бы. Я точно не помнила бы. Я не помню, сколько я тут сижу, говорю на русском. Я ничего не понимаю. Я ничего не помню. Я вижу, тут сидит сангрия. Не выпина. Не выпина. А кто должна выпить? Ты! Иди сюда, выпейте. А я тут сижу. Никто не выпьет. Я должна говорить. Да, книга. Та книга. That book. That book. That book. That book. Извините. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Я выпина вообще, а вы отыте, там сидите и думаете. Я хочу насилить эту девушку. Я хочу насилить ее. Та книга. Та книга. Та книга. А я тут еще, я понимаю, бляха. That book. That book. That book. That book. Я понимаю. Если там вы меня насилуете, да, наверное, нарушаю закон. Я, конечно, не могу сказать, что точно, потому что, конечно, я даже не вижу 5 фунтов от меня. Фунтов? Это неправильно сказано. Потому что фунтов это насилие, а фунтов это не отсюда. Короче, извините, что я так говорил. А метров, это самое. Я 5 метров отсюда не могу видеть. Вы думаете, что я выпил так насколько, что я себя убил? Короче, гарбаж. О боже. Сколько я так сижу? Сколько 3 человек тут сидит? Кроме меня, это значит 2. 2. Тут сидите 2 человека. 2 people. Сидите. Sit. 2 people sit there. Кроме меня. Other than me. Я помню, я пьян. That book. 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 Вы, наверное, не понимаете, о чем я говорил. Вы, наверное, думаете, что я говорю не на ничьем языке. You think that I'm talking on no one's language. I am talking on that русский язык, чищий русский языке. Наверное, если вы взяли для себя русский, пьяный, чистый, правильный русский человек, как я, то он понял бы, о чем я говорю. Наверное. Я ничего не говорю, потому что, конечно, я не понимаю, о чем я говорю вообще. О боже, что это такое? Мой мобильник, блядь. Бррр. Я не понимаю, о чем это говорит. Facebook не умный. Он сейчас что-то говорит. Боже мой. Tap here to use irises. Ты знаешь, что я хотел 8 часов говорить только. Тихо. Тихо. Тихо, бляха-муха. Ты отъехал. 8 часов хотела. Тут сидите. 8 часов. 8 часов. Тут сидит. Только говорите 2 слова. Тихо. Ой, я пьяна. Я вернусь. Если вы не тут сидите, тогда ничего не правда. Ничего. Тогда я продолжаю без вас. Ты знаешь, если вы тут были, тогда вы точно могли, блядь, насиловать меня. Я теперь так скажу. Та книга, that book. 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 О, блях! Что я сделала? That book. that book. Вы думали, что я не пьяна, а я не понимаю, о чем вы говорите. Извините, что я там. Надо было идти туда, понимаете? Я не хотела в кровати писать. Я пьяна вообще, я дуже пьяна. Вообще. Вы думаете, что я красивая? Иногда думаю, что я красивая. Понимаете? Так красиво. Та книга. Та книга. Та книга. That book. 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 Я не думал, что я буду так... Блях! Извините. Извините. Я так не думала, блядь. Извините. Я не вижу, что вы говорите. Если пишете, тогда я не вижу на английском, даже на русском не вижу. И опа. На поле клавиатура садит. Извините. Вы думали, что, наверное, на английском говорю? Если дуже пьяно, тогда, наверное, на английском говорил все мои секреты. Ну, ты знаешь, секретов нет. Секретов нет, нет. На-на-на-на-на-на. Секретов нет. Простите. That book. 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 Я не знаю, сколько я не говорила that book. Наверное, было около час. That book. Может больше that book. Может меньше that book. О боже, куда пошла that book? That book. That book. That book. Не думаете? Вы думаете? Извините. Я не хотела ни на правом поле говорить. Вы знаете, я женщина с тисками, с песунчиком. Короче, то есть скоро без песунчика. Я сосу песунчик. Если понимаете. Короче, без песунчика. Сколько часов, когда я начинала? Я не помню. Было около час. Было около час. It was close to one. Ow! It was close to 1. And it's almost 4 now. That means it's only been 3 hours. 3 часа, о боже мой. Не работало. Не сработало. Я не сильно достаточно. Ты знаешь, около час, около, сколько, 2 часа назад, около 2 часа назад, 2 hours ago. Ты знаешь, you know, about 2 hours ago, Digibro looked up and was watching my channel. He was watching this video. Он посмотрел на это видео. Он сказал, that video, это книга, как я говорила. Значит, мой сэмпай. Вот точно сэмпай. My сэмпай. Он меня осознал. My senpai noticed me 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Why am I still doing this? I don't know. I still have alcohol. That's heavy. That's heavier than I thought it was going to be. It's only Saturday, right? I've got tomorrow to recover for Monday. How do I open this? Got one of these left. I finished my other sangria. 3 other sakes. I'm supposed to continue saying that big. That big. Maybe I should reach 10,000 that bigs. I'm glad in the comments. There was a lot of comments. Because I posted this to the Digibro subreddit. There was a lot of comments. You know. No one miscommented me as far as I could see. They all were like, that girl is fucking drunk. Yes, she is. By the way, in case you didn't know that, I'm fucking drunk. In case you can't tell, this flag right here, this flag is the trans flag. The flag of trans people. You know, people who are born one gender and identify as another gender. I was born as a male person. You understand what that means? I was born and accepted as a person with a penis. XY chromosome. You understand? So, you thought I was hot. You're wrong. I mean, maybe you're not wrong. I don't know. I'm fucking drunk. Don't believe anything I'm saying. But this flag definitely is saying something. I'm not saying it. The flag is. The flag. It's saying white in the middle, pink in the middle, and then blue on the outside. That means trans. Show me your booby. You know, fuck you, M. Caper. I think that you posted that like 4 hours ago. I don't fucking remember. These boobs only grew like 3 months ago. Like a month ago. I've been on estrogen and fucking spironolactone for the past 4 months, roughly 4 months. They've been growing. I wish they'd be bigger, you know? I mean, I go through this every day. It's been more than a month. It's been more than a month. Don't get me wrong. It's not been a month. It's been more than that. 2 months. I'm not. I'm drunk. I'm not gonna lie. Wow, that's a mess on my fucking dresser. Holy crap! I don't know if you can see this. Holy shit! Oh, look at this. Look at this. Do you see this? Holy shit! I've blamed this on you, comment section. The 3 people who have been commenting me for the past hour. I blame this all on you. Because it's totally not my fault. It's not my fault. The fact that I've been speaking in Russian and not paying attention and totally drunk off my fucking yard. I don't blame me. It's not my fault. I still got one of these left. One whole of these left. And one of these. Oh my fucking god. Do you know how drunk I get on these? I could get drunker than I am right now. Oh my god. I can't even see the comments. I don't know if people are telling me, oh my god, please stop what you're doing. You're killing yourself. Or people are saying, yes, please keep going. You're turning me on. You're turning me on. My dick is hard as a rock right now. Oh my god. You know, I haven't had an erection. An impromptu erection in the past month. Maybe more than that. Since I've started estrogen, my dick has been flaccid. You know what that means? It means I've been able to do shit. Unlike you fucking males out there with your fucking hard dicks who have to think about boobs and vagina all day. You understand what I'm saying? I've been able to think about, you know, sleeping. Or literally anything else. I'm fucking drunk. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. My wine glass is on its side instead of on its bottom. I'm curious. Did any of you think that I was a cis female? Even with the flag sitting here? That would be insane to me. I'm fucking trans. If anyone thought that I was cis, as in male, as in female born at birth, if you thought that I was born with a vagina and ovaries, let me know. Please, let me know. I would be in... I would love to know. And also, if on the converse, if any of you thought that I was born, you know, with a dick and balls, please let me know. With a flag sitting here. And the Kyrgyzstani flag sitting over there. I'm curious. I am very curious. I am very, very, very curious. Because, like, how should I say? If anyone thought I was cisgendered female, born at birth, born with a vagina, ovaries, able to bear children, and has period every month or so, 28 days. If anyone thought that, let me know. Because that would be amazing to me. Because whenever I look in the mirror, all I see is a man with long hair and a decently applied eyeshadow. I mean, I don't even think my eyeshadow is that well applied, to be honest. What do you think? Do you think my eyeshadow is very well? You know, I suck pretty good. I have sucked, how many dicks? One dick anally. Like 3 dicks. I've sucked 3 dicks. 1 dick I've taken anally, and 3 dicks I've taken in my ass. 3 different dicks. 4 different dicks total. I'm pretty good. I haven't had a lot of experience lately, to be honest. Fuck, I'm drunk. Oh my god, I hope no one who knows me in person is still watching this. Anyway. Maybe 2 dicks in the ass. Maybe I've taken 2. I can't remember. I'm fucking drunk. I don't have a vagina. Yet. That book. I haven't completely forgotten. I have not completely forgotten about that book. That book. Oh my god, I'm drunk. Holy shit. I think I need to drink some water and close out the stream. And then sleep for like until Monday. Maybe I won't get fired. Whew. You know, after about an hour, I posted this link to the Digibro subreddit. After about an hour. You sound like you're killing yourself, Lenton said. I already... Maybe. Yes, this is possible. I haven't drinking in like probably 20 minutes at this point. Drink some water. Fuck you. Fuck you. Water is for pussies and otaku and shit like that. I don't drink water. Water is for assholes. You know, Digibro, he commented on this video. That book. I've completely forgot what the point of this video was. I think it was just to say that book all the time. That book. And I think the drinking was just to help me continue on. That book. That book. That book. Anyway, Digibro saw the video and he commented that book with spaces in between every single letter. I saw the comment at the time. I saw it. I was like, wow, Digibro. My senpai noticed. My senpai. My senpai noticed. Oh, my nipples are hard thinking about my senpai. That book. I sure fucking hope no one who I know is watching this. That book. How long has it been since this? I sure fucking hope it's been more than 2.5 hours, 3 hours. So I am fucking drunk. Oh my fucking god. I'm just gonna be an asshole for the rest of my life. You think I should quit Lenten? Do you think I should go to bed? Do you think I should just stop the stream instead of screaming in Russian and English about my woes? About my trans life? This is too lewd for you? I haven't even taken off my second shirt yet. I've already taken off my first shirt. The first shirt is over here. Digibro is furiously masturbating right now. I can hear it. Well, then I should keep going. Mom, this book. Oh, fuck. This book. This book. You know, I was messaged by my mom like a few hours ago. I haven't talked to her in literally about a year. Before I was trans openly. Before I like the last time I talked to her, I moved to Ukraine. We were living in Portland. No, not in Portland. It's Salem. We were living in Salem. And I was like, fuck you. I'm moving to Ukraine, bitch. Anyway. She commented to me today. And she was like, what are you drinking? Are you drinking anything too hard? Are you drinking wine? Or are you drinking anything harder than that shit? And I was like, I'm drinking 40% pisco. I threw it on the ground. It's Peruvian. It's very sweet. It's very tasty. I love the shit. It gets me drunk. Bam, that fast. It's good. It's not like this sangria bullshit. This stuff takes too long. I'm fucking drunk now. But the reason I'm drunk now is because the Peruvian bullshit got me drunk fast. It got me drunk super fast. The sangria, it keeps me there. It keeps me on the edge. But I haven't drinking very much since I've gotten super wasted. You know? Maybe I'm super drunk still. I don't fucking know. What do you think? I'm not objective. I'm not fucking objective. Digibro, if you're still in the house, you know, let me know. Let me know, would you hit this shit, or would you think that I'm still a man and shit? You need to get drunk, too. I would suck your fucking dick, yo. I'm good at sucking dick. Ask the people whose dick I've sucked and shit. I know what I'm fucking doing in that. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm not gonna say that I'm perfect at that and shit. But I like it, and you know, I have practice, and I'll do it better. You sound super drunk, Lenton said. Fuck you, Lenton. I'm not fucking super drunk. I'm just fucking drunk. I'm just above drunk to the point where I'm super drunk. Fuck you. Oh fuck! I fucking stained my pants. Fuck you, Lenton. This is all your fault. Oh, you shouldn't. I haven't been reading the comments for the past like an hour. Sorry. So, you should slow down, you should take a break, you should drink some water. I haven't done any of that shit. I've slowed down, but only because I've been ranting and rushing for the past like half an hour. You shouldn't risk your house for us. You should just be an asshole. Wait. I guess I'm just gonna be an asshole for the rest of us. This is too lewd for me. The Digibro is furiously masturbating. I can hear it. You sound super drunk. Lol. Okay. I think I'm caught up. I have wine on my pants. There's wine all over my desk. There's wine on my monitor. Just so you know. There's no wine on my keyboard because my keyboard is all the way over here. It's like on the side. Fuck. I can't see myself. I'm super narcissistic. I need to be able to see myself and my stains all over my breasts. I hope this video isn't marked as adult only because I haven't said that much. You sound super drunk. I am super drunk. Fuck you. I'm curious. Lentune or garbage? If you're still around. I don't know if you're still around. You may have gone masturbating elsewhere. Because I haven't taken off my shirt yet. Do you think that I am more on the male side or more on the female side of trans? Like, if there's the even side of trap, like in the middle, am I on the feminine side or am I on the masculine side? Let me know. Just got a notification for a new Digibros. I'm out. Wish you luck in your endeavor. Fuck you, Lenton. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you're not gonna answer my question about me being on the left, on the feminine side or the masculine side, then fuck you in the ass. I will fuck you in the ass with my tiny fucking dick. My dick that's this big. If you want to be my man, I won't outdo you. I'll let you know right now. My dick is tiny. You won't even have to look at it. I will suck your fucking dick. You won't have to look at my dick. My dick is so small. It's like this big. It's like this big. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I hope I don't get banned from YouTube. That book. 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 I should probably change my shirt, you know? This shirt is super messy right now. I don't know. What do y'all think? If I get 10 people to tell me I should change my shirt. 10 people. 10! You know, more than people that are watching right now. Ten people. I need 10 people to tell me. 10. To change my shirt from this wine encrusted bullshit. And I'll change it. Other than that, I'm staying in this wine encrusted bullshit shirt. That 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 shirt. I'm supposed to be saying that book. Why didn't any of you tell me I was supposed to be telling that book? I'm fucking drunk. You're supposed to be like letting them know. Fuck me. Oh my fucking god. You pieces of shit. I fucking hate you. I gotta know some fucking bro. Fuck you. Fuck you, Lenton. Never liked you anyway. I'm a narcissist. I only care about me. That's not true. You know, I do care about the male form. Penises. I'd fucking suck a dick. I miss sucking dick. I haven't sucked dick in like 10 years. Would you believe that? Oh my god. I shouldn't be talking about this shit. I'm fucking drunk. You know, I've got contacts. I've got contacts in my head right now. I can't remember what the fuck I was talking about. I sure hope that none of my relatives are watching this fucking video right now. Fuck me. I am fucking drunk. Okay. That book. That book. That book. That book. How many times did I say it before I, like, realized I wasn't counting that books and then... Fuck, where did the fucking books go? Roller coaster... Oh, this is where it is. And then here, and then... Oh my god. Did you know I'm fucking drunk right now? Don't take advantage of me. Don't take advantage of me. I don't know where I am right now. Maybe I'm in my room. I don't know what to do. That book. That book. Why is this not updating? Oh. It updates slower on this video than on this one. Because this one is live and this one is what you guys are seeing at the time that I'm saying it. So what I'm saying right now is like a couple seconds later than this one, and this one is a couple of seconds later than what I'm actually saying to you. This is like a couple seconds later than what you're hearing, which means I'm drunk. I think that's what that means. I'm not fucking scientific and shit. Go fuck yourself. How long has it been since I started this? I don't even fucking remember. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. I think I started this at 1. That means it's been 5 fucking hours. Holy fucking shit. But for like at least an hour, maybe 2, I've been fucking talking in Russian, and none of you fucking understood what I'm fucking saying. I guarantee it. If any of you fucking understood what I was fucking saying, let me know. I'd be interested to know if you heard me. If you understood me, that is. I know you heard me. I know you fucking heard me. I know you heard me, but I doubt you understood me. In short, that buck, 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 that that buck, 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 that book, 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 book, that 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 book. That book, 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 that book. that book, 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 it's that book, that book, das Buchen, der Buch in der Hund. Не знаю, что такое знает. Das Buch, der Buch, das Buch, da Buch, da Buch, da Buch, da Buch, the book, 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 the book. The book, 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 the book. The book, 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 the book. The book, 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 the book. The book, 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 the book. The book, the book, the book, the book, the book, the book, the book. The book, the book, the book, the book. The book, the book, the book, the book, the book, the book, the book. Fuck you. Fuck you, only 9,000 times. Fuck you. Fuck you, little counter piece of shit. You think you know how many times I said the book? Fuck you. You think you know how many times I said Das Buch. Fuck you. It's not like I'm drunk. The book. You think I'm drunk? The book. I bet you know I'm drunk. The book. The book. The book. The fucking headphones are on, you know? They're fucking on, and they're on the side of the desk. I can fucking hear them. And they're on the side. Alright. I hit 10,000 the bucks. Once I hit 10,000. Fuck you, fuck me. Fuck my headphones. Fuck Digibro. You know, 10,000 times saying the book, I think that's enough. If Digibro tells me, if Digibro himself comes on this fucking video and says, that's not fucking enough, you need to say it another 10,000 times more, I'll do it, okay? I'll fucking do it. Only if Digibro. Only fucking Digibro tells me to. Okay? Digibro tells me to come to fucking Virginia Beach and suck his fucking dick. I'll do it. Okay? I'll fucking do it. Only fucking Digibro. I don't think that Digibro likes trans girls. I don't know though. Maybe Digibro was okay with it. In his book, he mentions trans-dimensional fucking bullshit, and he says that like a trans-dimensional isn't like, you know, a dimension that's like, you know, questioning its gender. It's like a fucking gender that's like a dimension that's fucking switched genders, switched dimensions. I don't know what I'm fucking saying. I'm fucking drunk, bitch. Anyway, it's not a gender that's fucking questioning itself in his book. But I'm fucking switching my gender. I switched my fucking gender. I was fucking in the men gender, and then now I've got fucking tits and shit. You know what I'm saying? 9,008. It's over 9,000. Oh my fuck! I dropped my fucking keyboard. Fuck. Sorry. I'll hit 10,000. I'll hit 10,000 and pretend it's enough. Oh fuck. Sorry. If Digibro himself, only if Digibro. If Digibro, fuck, where the fuck? Nightmind. Yeah, I like Nightmind and shit, but that's not what Fuck! I don't know how many I was on. Is anyone still around? Fuck! I know it was about 9,000. I was almost at about 9,000. I was like 9,000 something. Anyone know how many I was at? And probably have like one person watching it at this point. I lost it. Fucking lost it. Nightmind. Nightmind is not what I was. It's not what I was doing. 9 hours, like 8 hours is what I was planning. Do you believe that? Do you believe I was doing 8 hours? That means I started at 1, my time. It's 6 now. That means I've been doing it 5 fucking hours. 5 hours. Oh my god. My roommate has not been home this whole time. I bet you like believe that shit, because if I've been doing this for 5 fucking hours and then my roommate was here, you probably noticed. Fucking hey. I wish I could see. Out counter. Oh my god. Fuck me. Well, my counter is gone. My counter is fucking gone. I am too drunk to get it back. Holy shit. How did I get... Nightmind is creating... Nightmind? I watched Nightmind, but... Oh, there's my counter. Okay. I am going to trust the very next person who says how many I'm at. I'm going to trust you. I'll believe whatever you say. Because I'm fucking drunk. Fuck you. I doubt anyone remembers. In the short time, I'm going to fucking look at my own thing. 8,736. It's got to be more than that. 8,745. 8,747. 8,748. 50. Oh my fucking god. I was fucking drunk. Let's just go to 8,706. I think that's good enough. 8,760. Holy shit, I'm drunk. 8,000. Oh, I hit 9,000. 8,000, 9,000. Someone said 9,008. Someone said 9,008. You know what? Sure. It's over 9,000. I'll believe you. Believe you, Rabash. You've been around since like an hour. Since like I started like, I don't know, like 3 p.m. Roughly. You've been around about that long. I'll believe you. I believe you. 9,008. And if not, I'm not right. If that's not right, fuck you. Fuck you. It's your fault. Where's my fucking keyboard? There it is. Ow! Fuck! I got it in a second. Holy fucking shit. Alright, I got it. I fucking got it. Holy shit. We'll hit 10,000. Okay. I was really going for 8 hours. I don't know if you believe that. I really was. I really was going to go for 8 hours. But I've realized since then, in the interim, that is fucking ridiculous. 8 hours is like fucking insane at this point, okay? Like, I could do 8 hours over the course of 3 days, maybe. I could not do 8 hours in one go. Could not do it. I would fucking be dead. I'd be in a coffin in 8 hours. 9,008 garbage. 9,008 Champagne. 9,008. I'm sorry. Извините, боже мой. There it is. 9,008. Boop. That book. Alright. Oh my god. Oops. My fucking bra fell off. That book. That book. We're gonna hit 10,000, right? Just so you know, we're gonna hit 10,000. I'm gonna probably die of cardiac arrest and liver fucking damage and shit. Okay. Just to make sure we're all on the same fucking page. Okay. I've got fucking wine all over my screen. I can't see fucking straight. That book. You see this? See the stains? These are the stains of fucking this wine and shit. That book. That book. That book. I hope Digibro is still fucking around, that book. Because I'm doing this for you, Digibro. You inspired me to drink myself into oblivion. Into the fucking wasteland of death. It's your fault. I mean, it's not your fault. I am the one who chose this for myself. Okay? You can use this, as an alibi or whatever. I don't fucking care. This book. Oh fuck. Sorry. I meant this book. 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 I'll probably leave this video up. This book. Even though I'm fucking ridiculously drunk right now and I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. This book. This book. This book. This book. This book. This book. Garbage. If this is not the right number, if this is not 9,029, if this is not the right, it's all your fault. It is all your fault. And you can feel that, like, I don't know, like, fuck you, or something. I don't care. But if it's not right and people, like, care, it's your fault, not mine. I believe you. 9,029. That book. 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 That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that fucking book, that book. That book, 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 that book. That book, 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 that book. You might be wondering why I'm fucking drinking more. The question is, fuck you! The answer is Tuyeth. I don't know any other way. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Digibro, if you ever get to this point, fucking let me know. My email and shit. You know, I'm not hard to get hold of. I'm trans, I'm a girl. But, like, you're awesome. You know, You do a good job at what you do. I know you like commented earlier, but you fucking need to learn to, I don't know, fucking lighten up. You drink a lot. You drink a lot, but you don't lighten up. I'm fucking lightened up. I don't drink it. I don't drink a lot very often. I'm fucking drunk as fuck right now. But normally I don't. Normally I don't fucking drink like this. This is pretty abnormal. I don't fucking know what the fuck I'm saying. What I'm saying is, email me and shit. You're like moving, right? You're leaving Virginia Beach, going somewhere else. I'm fucking coming to Dallas. I'm fucking Dallas. I'll fucking suck your dick. I don't fucking care. You know what I'm saying? That book. What I'm saying is that book. You know, whatever. I don't think anyone's still watching this. If you are still watching this and you like it, must be hard finding videos for your fetish. You know what I'm saying? This must be amazing for you, seeing as this is like the first video in a decade you've gotten that meets your quiet fetish. You know, trans girl who switches into Russian every now and then. That's a pretty niche fetish. And then you're a cuck. To add to that, unless your Digibro is watching this, in which case, hit me up. You know what I'm saying? Did you really make sense? Spelling look easy? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. It is fucking hard as shit to keep my mind in one fucking place. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's the fucking truth. John. See, this is the entrails of fucking destruction. This is the entrails of defeat. And this is the failures yet to be failed. And this is the failures yet to be failed to be failed. You know what I'm saying? Vlogging is fucking hard, especially when I'm fucking drunk. Holy shit, I have like so much fucking respect for people who are drunk and coherent. I am fucking not coherent as shit. If anyone's new, I like fucking John Bajond. I don't fucking remember your name. If you had been talking before and I like passed out and forgot your name, I'm sorry. If you are new, welcome. Welcome to that book. But this flag is not here for no fucking reason. I'm fucking trans. You know what I'm saying? You know what that means in the hood? It means these boobies are all estrogen. Grown after the fact. I've got, you know, other shit going down and down there. Not, you know, whatever. Where's the weed at? Where's the weed at? The weed, if there was any weed, I'm not going to say there was or was not any weed, but I haven't taken any in the past 24 hours. I'll say that much. I have not taken any weed in the past 24 hours. But if there was weed and it was in the vicinity of this person, it would be really close by in the dresser drawer. But I have not taken any in the past while. I've just fucking drunk like alcohol, a lot of it. Most of it's on the floor. The bottles, them bottles, are on the floor. I've been saying that book. I've said it apparently 9,174 times. I don't know if I believe that or not. That book. I push the enter key every time I say that book. Message retracted. Oh my god. Oh my god, the CSI got to him. I'm sorry, John. John Jabond. Bernard. Everyone, pray for him. Pray to the God Keck that he will be with John Jabond. John Bernard. I don't know how to say that fucking name. Fuck you. That book. Fuck. That book. That book. You know, once I hit 10,000, I'm gonna fucking stop this video. Tomorrow's Mother's Day. You know that? Mother's Day. I was at the store today buying sangria and some fucking sake for this video, because I knew that I was gonna want to get drunk for this, because fuck, who the fuck wants to be fucking not drunk for a video like this? And the register, the cashier lady, she was like, "Oh, do you have any children?" I was like, "Yeah, I have a 3-year-old or a daughter who's gonna be 3 soon." And she's like, "Well, happy Mother's Day." And I was like, "Bitch, that is the nicest thing anyone said to me in the past 10 fucking years. I'm not a mother. Okay, I have tits. Okay? See this? I have fucking tits. And I fucking spilled on all over my fucking self. I have a daughter. And I have tits. But I'm not a fucking mother. You know what I'm saying? I have a daughter who's almost 3 years old. And I fucking hate that shit. That book. That book. I fucking hate that I am half the world away from my fucking 3-year-old daughter. Okay? She's sitting there in the fucking half the world away with her ex-mother, and I'm sitting here in Texas, her ex-Y parent, and I'm fucking alone. She's there half the world away. Can you fucking believe that? A fucking another person who is half you. She has half the same shit as you. And she is half the world away from you. How do you fucking deal with that shit when it's fucking Mother's Day? And the other parent is accurately described as a mother, and you're not. That book. Like, and then someone calls you and says, Happy Mother's Day to you. What do you fucking say to them? Do you say, oh, but I'm not actually the mother. I have a daughter, but I'm not actually their mother. I have these boobs, but I'm not their mother. I look like a woman almost. If you're drunk and you don't know what the fuck I look like, you know, maybe you'll think I'm my mother, but I'm not. Maybe if you're drunk, you'll think I look like a woman. Happy Mother's Day. That bug. What do you say to them? Do you say, fuck you? You're fucking insulting me for not being a woman. Do you say, thank you so much. It means so much that you think that I look like a woman even though I'm not. Even though, like, I'm trying to be a woman. Thank you. That bug. What the fuck do you say? Do you think that I look like a fucking woman? Would you say to me if I said I have a fucking daughter, well, happy Mother's Day tomorrow, because tomorrow is fucking Mother's Day, apparently. That book. Would you say that? I fucking wouldn't say that. I don't fucking think I look like a fucking woman. Do you know what I'm saying? My hair is fucking straight. My nails are fucking done. Fuck you. That book. And this shit. And this shit. Fuck you and that book. That book doesn't give a shit what I'm saying. That book. My hair is long, yeah, of course it is. Because I've fucking grown it out for a year and a half. Anyone with a fucking hair grown out for a year and a half would look like this shit. Yeah, I'm fucking still streaming underscore. What do you expect? That I fucking give up like this shit? I'm fucking drunk. Of course I don't give up. Until I pass out. That book. What do you think? Underscore. Do you think I look like more like a woman or look more like a man? Forget the fact that I have this fucking flag in the corner. Forget that flag. What do you think? I'm putting you on the spot. What do you think? I see you there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking clean this shit when I'm fucking sober. Oh my god. I'm waiting. Come on, underscore. I don't know how many fucking underscores there are, but I think there's only 3. No such thing as 2 genders. How many are there then? Just 1? What the fuck does that mean? You have to explain yourself. That's the right answer? Yes, question mark. I don't fucking understand what you're saying. Keep in mind, underscore. I am fucking drunk. You have to explain yourself. You can't just talk and assume I understand. You know what I'm saying? Понимаешь, товарищ мой? Извините. That bitch. Извините. I need to click the button. That bitch. That bitch. That bitch. That bitch. That bitch. Yeah, as soon as I hit 10,000, as soon as I hit 10 fucking thousand, I'm gonna fucking close this shit. Well, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll fucking be so drunk I don't fucking care. I am a little bit drunk. just a little bit drunk. This has been the funnest fucking Saturday I've had since I fucking come to Dallas. That book. 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 Uh-oh. Uh-oh! It hasn't been going down. That book. 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 When I came on, I thought you were a girl. Well! Surprise, surprise! You didn't see the flag in the corner. You didn't see the flag in the corner, Langton. Or at least, if you did see it, you did not know what it meant. You know what I'm saying? These tits are real. You know, they were grown by real estrogen over the past, how many months? I don't fucking remember. Like 4 months? Something like that. 4 or 5 months. I don't see genders. Neither do I. I'm fucking pansexual. I fucking do a man or a woman. I don't fucking care. That book. That book. That book. That book. I don't fucking understand what you're saying. Because you have to abide by social conventions. As the world is so bitchy. I don't fucking... Maybe I'm too fucking drunk for what you're saying. That's what I'm... That's... That book. That book. I should probably change fucking shirts. This fucking shirt is fucking destroyed. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to wear this shirt again. I have fucking wine going down my shin. You thought I just like flags? I mean, maybe. You know this flag on the corner over here? This is the Kyrgyzstani flag. This is the flag of the alt-right and shit. That book. That book. That book. Because I'm alt-right in France. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Does that mean I'm Blair White? I don't look like Blair White. Maybe I'm Blair White's illegitimate daughter, son, question mark. ... question mark. That book. Well, Lenton, just so you don't have to, you know, walk in darkness for the rest of your days, I do have, you know, shit down there. But that doesn't mean I won't suck the shit that you've got down there. You know what I'm saying? That book. But I'm not gay. Because I identify as a woman. Are you in to a word I've never seen before in my fucking life? What the fuck does that mean? I am really glad I posted this to Digibro's subreddit. Because I definitely would not have gotten the study of flags. That sounds a little too autistic for me. Even though I've been like posting a video about that boo for the past, I don't fucking know how many hours. Doesn't sound me. I don't really care about flags that much. No, I'd say I'm not into the study of whatever the fuck that is. I can't pronounce that word, Lenton. The study of flags and shit. I can't pronounce that word. And I'm not into it. I don't think I'm into it. That book. Fuck. I don't think I'm that autistic. I'm autistic enough to say apparently that book 9,218 times when I'm super fucking drunk. I'm apparently that autistic. But I'm not autistic enough to know what the fuck that vexillology. I don't know. I'm not that autistic to know what the fuck that means. That book. 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 You know, honestly, I have a really hard time, you know, knowing if I am just like thinking how should I say, being objective about my transness. Did you really think that I was female? Or were you just like, you know, giving me the benefit of the doubt? I would really like to know. You should probably email me rather than just message me back because I'm fucking drunk right now. I won't believe you if you answer me back. In short, короче. If you thought that I was actually female, that would be amazing to me. I would really be interested in talking to you when I wasn't fucking off my gourd, because I don't believe that anyone could really perceive me as female. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if people look at me and they see me as female, they're fucking retarded or something. I think that I look really male. I mean, yeah, I've got boobs and shit, but I mean, so do fat guys. They've got fucking boobs. They've got fucking huge fucking boobs, you know what I'm saying? What's the fucking difference between a fat guy and a fucking girl who, you know what I'm saying? I don't fucking know what I'm saying. Sangria. Maybe I should finish this, maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. That book. I looked at you and thought, your voice and thought you were a female. At no point did I think you were male until you were a girl. Well, Lenton, thank you so much. You know, that really, maybe I shouldn't say anything while I'm drunk, because while I'm drunk, I don't know what I'm fucking saying. Drunk. Maybe that's more accurate from what I'm saying instead of less accurate. I'm slime girl and shit. That fucking book. Oh god. That means a lot to me. Like, it's hard to find, like, real opinions about this shit. And opinions that you can believe. Because, you know, you can look at a picture of yourself and be like, yeah, I believe that. Like, I feel like I look so good in that picture. And then other people will be like, yeah, you look great. And you need to like look at them and be like, I don't know if you're just saying that, or if you're like trying to make it feel good, or if you're lying to me. But Leighton, thank you so much. You helped me out. That book. That book. Thank you. Thank you. That book. That book. Can you believe that I thought that I could do this for 8 fucking hours? What, was I insane? Oh my god. That book. That book. That book. That book. So I think I'm gonna hit 10,000 and I'm just gonna be fucking done. I don't think I could hit 8 hours, even if I wasn't fucking drunk, but like I was hitting that fucking alcohol too fucking hard, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god. That book. 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 I think that Leighton, if you heard what I was saying when I was speaking in Russian for like a fucking half an hour, you would have started questioning about it earlier. But I mean, I was basically saying the same thing I was saying in English, only in Russian. Maybe, I can't remember. I was fucking drunk. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. That book. 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 Sorry I haven't like changed my shirt, but like I don't really feel like changing my shirt in front of people. I'll probably change my shirt afterwards. I probably won't. I'll probably take it off and then go to sleep. I've got like a fucking ton of wine all over my desk. Holy shit. I fucking like, I don't know, I was either coughing or laughing all over my fucking desk. There's none on my floor. Whew. I blame Digibro. It's all your fault, Digibro. Conrad. Fuck you. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Wish I had a fucking boyfriend. I've been using, what is that fucking thing called? Tinder. I have not found a fucking person. I've been looking for girls. I've been looking for guys. Guys never fucking answer me. They're always like, match, and then never answer. I fucking talk to them and be like, yo, what's up? And they're like, ... question mark, never answer me. And the girls never answer me either. And so I'm sitting there with like outgoing messages to a ton of people, like 30 fucking people, and none of them fucking answer me. I don't think I look that bad. Like, I don't think I look fucking unsexy. And the picture that I have posted is one of my fucking best fucking pictures. It's a good fucking picture. It's a good picture of me. It's like, if I saw the picture, I'd be like, fuck, I'd do that fucking bitch. You know what I'm saying? I fucking lick her clit or her pussy. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care what she's got going down under her. You know what I'm saying? I don't fucking care. If she got a pussy or a fucking clit, I do that shit. And I don't get fucking nothing. I don't get an answer on either that side or that side. So I'm sitting here going, what the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? Did I get fucking drunk on live stream and fucking say that book for fucking 8 hours? Is that the right thing to do? Is that the good thing to do? That's what I'm doing right now. I don't fucking know. I'm looking for fucking... I'm not a long-term relationship. I don't fucking give a shit about long-term relationship. I just want to fucking do something. You know, I want to have something to look forward to in the weekend. I didn't have anything to look forward to this weekend. You know what I'm saying? I was into that book by Digibro. I was into that book, and I was like, that book, it's so good. It's like unhinged emotion. That book, it's everything I want in a person. My roommate has been gone for the past several hours. If they come home and hear me doing this shit, they'll probably be like, yo, Charlie, what the fuck is going on? I'll be like, I'm fucking drunk, get the fuck out of here, bro! That's probably what's going on. I've got most of a bottle of sangria. I've got most of a bottle of sake. This small little fucking bottle. That's all the alcohol I've got left. Drink all the rest of this shit. I've got another 700. 21,000. 21. 7,000. 700 and 700 some odd. Fuck math. Fuck you, math. 9,289. That's how many I've got left. That I've got. And I want to go to 10,000 at least. 10,000 at least. Before I give up. 10,000 at least saying that book. Oh, it went up automatically because I pushed the button. Once I hit 10,000, I think I'm gonna close this stream. Too much shit in this stream. Too much personal shit in English and in Russian. If you know Russian, fuck you. Fuck you, Lenton. I wish I could play guitar or ukulele. I play guitar or ukulele, but I got these fucking fingernails. You see these fucking fingernails? Do you see them? How the fuck do you propose I can play the fucking ukulele with these fucking fingernails? I would love to hear your proposition. If your proposition is cut them, then fuck you. I can play, I love to play, and I wish I could play the ukulele or the guitar with these fucking fingernails. But it's fucking hard. They like fucking hit the other nails all and shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, fuck. Get a hobby. Fuck you. If I could get a hobby and, like, people, like, you know, care about me for my hobby, you think I wouldn't already be fucking doing that shit? I get paid for doing what I do. I fucking do software engineering. Can you do fucking that shit? I write fucking ones and zeros and C++ and that shit. Can you fucking do that shit? I don't fucking see that shit on your fucking plate, lame tongue. I'm sorry, I'm fucking drunk. I don't mean to get personal. I bought a DDR mat. A fucking mechanical DDR mat with, like, you know, good precision and shit. I was thinking about doing a stream of that while I was, like, working out, you know, once a day or some shit, like 6 minutes a day, you know, on that mat once I get it. I don't know, like, if that's something that you think would be cool, I'll do it when I get it. If not, I'll just do it by myself. I won't stream that shit. I'll do it for me. But Tinder, yeah, man, fuck Tinder. I like talked to a bunch of girls and they're all like, go fuck yourself. No, that's not true. I'm not gonna lie to you, Langton. I like talked to a bunch of girls and most of them they never answer me. Most of the boys were like, never answer me. I don't know if they just, you know, being pussies or, you know, I was trans or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they knew I was trans from what I'm looking like, cool on them. Congrats for knowing a tranny bitch when you see them and shit like that. But I'd like to know, because I'd like to know what tipped them off so that I can improve on my end. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't talk to them in person. It's not like I said, yo, what's up, bitch? With my voice. So it wasn't my voice that tipped them off. It was something they saw. Oh, they're being little ass bitches. So they just never talked to me. Maybe they're just pussies. Pussy ass bitches, motherfuckers. I never say you should get paid for your hobby. Just do it for yourself. I personally do it on weekends since it's the only thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm total. Once I already bought a DDR pad. I already bought a DDR pad. I already bought a DDR pad. Mechanical DDR pad. It should, you know, be good. I'm gonna have to move my bed a little bit so that it's not so close to my computer. But I'm gonna be able to do that shit in the morning before I go to work. You know, just for working out, because I'm fucking way too fucking heavy. I need to lose fucking weight. Shit. Fuck. But I'm gonna be doing that shit. Regardless of what the internet says. I'm just curious, you know? Like, it's hard to be objective about this shit. How do you be objective about your life? Maybe it doesn't matter to most people. Maybe it doesn't matter to you if people consider consider you a boy or girl, or, you know, like masculine or feminine or whatever the shit. I don't fucking know what you think about. But like, maybe it doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me if people consider me male or female. You know what I'm saying? I'm fucking drunk right now, so like, you know, forgive me. But like, if people look at me and say, man, that dude is fucking in a tight-ass shirt and he needs to fucking cool that shit down, that fucking hurts me. It means I have a lot to do. A lot to do with my voice, a lot to do with my hair. You know what I'm saying? To my nails. A lot to do with my face. My eyeshadow and my fucking blush. I don't know. It's hard to say because it's hard to be objective about this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to be objective because you always see yourself in the mirror. You look in the mirror every day. And you look in the mirror every day and you see yourself. And you can't see what other people see. You only see what you see. Fuck. You can't. Fuck me. I dropped my keyboard on fucking ground. I can't get it. I'm too fucking drunk. Oh my god. Try to lose weight. Fuck you, garbage. I know that I should lose weight. Oh my god. You don't even fucking know. I should definitely lose weight. Oh. Losing weight is definitely something I should be doing. Ooh. Guess. Yeah, how much do you think I weigh? Garbage. How much do you think I weigh? I'm curious. Give me a ballpark, big guy. Never mind the wine dripping down my fucking neck. That book. $100 kilos. That's what, 220 kilograms, 220 pounds, something like that. I don't fucking remember the pounds to kilo ratio, but that's about right. Yes, you're good. 100 kilos is about right. I think I'm about 102 kilos, something in that ballpark. So yeah, that's about right. So yeah, I should lose weight. I want to be in the ballpark of like 70, 75 in that area. But I mean, I'm fucking heavy as shit. I can fucking murder like most people with my fucking weight. You know what I'm saying? Fucking desk is a mess. Can you see this shit? Look at that shit. My fucking desk. Oh my fucking god. Oh, I'm closing it. Like, I'm trying to lose weight, and I was hitting about 90 before I, like, went to the doctor a few weeks ago, and, like, when I left Ukraine, I was about 95, and I thought I was gonna hit about 90, and I was up again. So I don't know. I've been eating too much shit. Fuck me. Oops. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. So what do you think losing weight would, like, actually do for me? Like, obviously it would help me lose weight, like, in the empirical sense. But, like, in a more social sense, like, how do you think I would actually better my life? You know what I'm saying? Is there anyone who would have turned me down at the weight that I am, who wouldn't turn me down at 20 kilos less? Do you think there's anyone? Boss. Think that book, that book, that book, that book, that book. I should definitely switch this shirt out for something better. Oh my god. That book, 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 that book. You could run further. Who gives a shit about running? Who the fuck runs? I fucking get an Uber if I need to go somewhere far. And if I don't need to go somewhere far, I fucking stay home. You know what I'm saying, Linton? Like, who goes from their house? No one. You stay home. You stay home, or you get an Uber to go somewhere far. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. I mean, run further. That's implying I run at all. I never fucking run. That book. 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 People who don't own a car, and people who use business since Uber is. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to explain yourself, Linton, because I'm fucking too drunk to understand. People who don't own a car and people who use buses since Uber is way too expensive. ... question mark. I use an Uber, or I take my friend. I live with my roommate. I live with my roommate who owns a car. We both go to work together. We both go to work in the morning, and no problem. When I have to go to like an eye appointment or whatever, I take I take an Uber. It's not a big deal. So you're gonna have to explain yourself what you mean with that statement because I don't fucking understand. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Like, if I had to take a bus everywhere I went, it'd be probably too expensive. I'd probably have to walk a lot more than I do and lose a lot of weight. But I do take a car to almost everywhere I go. That book. 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 I think that's my roommate. That book. 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 You know, in total, it's only like $8 to work and $8 back. It's not that bad, especially when you make, like, you know, good living. You know, if you're making minimum wage, fuck that shit. Oh my god, walk or fucking don't go to work. One or the other. I make more than that shit. You know what I'm saying? That book. Yes, I'm fucking wasted. Fuck you, bitch. That.
You got a package.
I got a package? That book. Oh. I live in England. The public transport here is 10 for 10. If I can go to that appointment, I get as well, but it'll cost me $4. I wanted to Uber. That appointment will cost me 20. Holy shit! Yeah, if it costs you $20 to go to an eye appointment, fuck that shit. I'd fucking rather not go than spend $20 for that shit. That book. Apparently, I have a box or I have an appointment or I have fuck. I have a box of shit. I should go grab that. I'll be back in a second. I still have another 600 to go at least 600 to go. BRB and shit. I'll be back for sure. Oh my god. No.
How drunk are you? Jesus Christ.
Fuck you. Is this mine?
Yes.
I can't read it.
How can you be that drunk? I don't even get that drunk. Internet.
because then I'll have to hit 10,000. And that's enough or something.
Okay.
I'm fucking drunk. This is no.
Yeah, a little drunk.
Oh, fuck. What the fuck is that shit? Oh, I remember. Oh my god. Beer, see you later. Okay. Okay, internet. And shit. Oh, fuck. I'm back. I live in England. The public transport here is 10 out of 10. If I want to go... Shit, I cannot read that. It's too fucking small. If I want to go to the appointment, it's 10. I just catch a bus and it'll cost me $4. If I want to go to Uber to that appointment, it would cost me $20. Holy shit. $4 versus $20. Fuck! That's a huge fucking difference. I don't know how much it would cost, like, for public transport versus Uber. If I was at work and I wanted to do public transportation, probably cost like $12, maybe 14. I don't know. I haven't done that shit because I came from home to go to my eye appointment. They laughed at me when I was at the eye appointment. They were like, "You better not fucking be driving, bitch." And I was like, "You know I ain't be driving because I have no fucking eyesight and shit." And they were like, "You better no fucking no eyesight because you can't fucking see shit and shit." And I was like, "Yeah, no, bitch." And they were like, "Yeah, bitch, you don't fucking see shit." And so, yeah, I didn't fucking drive. I hope you're still around. Anyway, if I took public transport, it'd probably take like 3 fucking hours. At least. Maybe more. I don't fucking know. It would fucking take forever. I wouldn't do that shit. I just fucking take an Uber. It's like $14 or something. It's not terrible. From home I just walk. Maybe like $6-7. Not terrible. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good deal then, like outside of this city, like when I lived in Portland, that's pretty much what I got. I spent like $2-3 and I was able to go anywhere in the city. Shit, sorry. I was able to go anywhere and it was no big deal. But here and where I live now, it's expensive. It's not cheap like that. Yeah. I wish it was. Like, here it's more claustrophobic. Like, the city is bigger and you can go more places if you want to spend more, but public transportation is bullshit in the city. Compared to, like, Portland, Oregon, that bitch is. It's got good transportation. I mean, there's bunch of hipsters and shit. Like, I don't fucking like that shit. But it's got good transportation. Good transportation. Now you're living in England, right? That's fucking far from here. I live in fucking Texas. Yeah. It's fucking far. Whew. I need to fucking not be so drunk. That book. 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 I live in a service called Bath. That's a fucking weird name. That is a weird fucking name. When Little. I don't know how to fucking pronounce your name. Sorry if I'm messing that up. It's a weird name. Is that like in... You said it was in England. Like... I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that is. How old are you? 14, 17, 13, 12? That book. 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 I wish Digibro would come into this chat and be like, stop! So I'd be like, no, Digibro senpai, you don't know what you're talking about and shit. And he'd be like, fuck you. Stop it. 19. You're so young. You're so young. You're so young, Lenton. Shit, you got so much to live for and shit. That book. That book. That book. I don't know why I asked you. I was fucking drunk. Sorry. I feel like there was a reason I asked you, but I forgot since then. That book. That book. That book. Sorry. Like, you're so much younger than me. You're like almost 10 years younger than me. Can you believe that shit? That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. You're not quite 10 years younger than me though, so don't be thinking I'm 29. That would be bullshit. I'm almost 28. So I'm not quite 29. That book. That book. And that book. That book. That book. That book. You know, my mom texted me, like, at the very beginning of the stream. How awkward would that be for you? If you fucking people who be watching this shit were like, holy shit, my mom be texting me. Yeah. You fucking be like, oh shit, bitch. Who the fuck are you? That book. 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 I'm gonna have to drink a fuck ton of water to get this shit out of me. so I can work on Monday. But one of them is gonna be fucking destroyed. You know what I'm saying? Holy shit, my desk is a fucking mess. That book, 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 that book. Oops. That book, 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 that book. 18 plus ups and 2 plus downs, negative pluses, negative plus downs, just plus ups and plus downs. Maybe that's the right way to put that. It's a lot better than I expected, to be honest. That book, 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 that book. Oops. Sorry, I fucked up. I always fuck shit up. I'm worthless. Oh my fuck. One day more. Pretending he's beside me. I'll walk this day till morning. Without him, this world will keep on turning. Fuck. Oh, fuck. What was I saying? That book. Sorry, Len. I definitely won't go good tomorrow. I almost can guarantee it. I feel like I will probably feel like I got ran over by a truck. I can't see shit. There. Oops. Fuck. 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 Fuckity fuck. Oh my fucking god. 1565. Oh, 9565. Sorry. Boop. Okay. Alright. There, out in the darkness, a fugitive running falling from God, falling from grace. God be my witness, I never saw you. 956. Yeah, I was watching my own stream on the other channel and shit. I got that shit down and shit. So that doesn't mean that in the future I will. Thank you. Thank you, Harbash. Thank you. That book. That book. That book. That book. Buck. That book. 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 Maybe I should just, like, you know, try as hard as I can to get to 10,000 as fast as possible and then just fucking go to sleep. Sounds like a good idea. Why do you think Harbage, since Linton has gone away, you are the only one left? And we don't want me going back to Russian like I was going before. You know, for 30 minutes or some shit. I don't fucking remember. That book. 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 My roommate's fucking loud with his coughing and shit. That book. 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 Oops. That book. 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 Fuck you, Caleb Edwards. You think you know what the fuck is going on? I said that book 9,696 times apparently. Fuck you, that book. That book. That book. That book. That book. that book, 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 that book. Who the fuck are these new people who I haven't seen their names before? I fucking remember Lantern and Harbage, but Caleb Edwards and Reki 444, those are people whose names I've never seen before. So who the fuck are you? That book. 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 69. Oh, you're so intelligent. You're so smart. That book. That book. That book. Be more seductive. You know, if I wasn't so fucking drunk, maybe I could be. Maybe I could be. But you know, I'm fucking wasted off my fucking gourd. You know how much fucking alcohol I've drank at this point? That book. 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 I can't count the amount I've drank because I'm fucking too drunk to do it. I can do this though. Look. I coughed up a whole bunch of fucking alcohol. So I was fucking too drunk at the point that I was drinking that. That book. That book. That book. That book. Nope. That's about all you can get, man. Boy. See this shit? Oh my god. That book. That book. That book. That book. If you drank every time I said that book, you'd be fucking dead at this point. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I fucking haven't been drinking that much and I'm almost dead. You know what I'm saying? That book. That book. I've been drinking a lot. That book. That book. That book. That book. You know, this flag isn't here for no fucking reason. That book. That book. That book. That book. Oops. That book. 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 Oh my fucking god, that book! That book. Why that book and not this book? Well, Caleb Edwards. If you fucking know what the context of this shit is, you would fucking understand that I can't be saying this book because this book is already taken by that book and shit. This video is an answer to Digibro's video. Digibro's book, that is. His book where he was talking about shit. I don't fucking remember. I'm fucking drunk off my fucking gourd. I fucking pour myself another glass. Oops. I just poured wine all over the floor. I'm sure no one will care. Hi, video. Okay, so Digibro made this video, this 3-hour book. He wrote it in 24 hours or some shit. I don't fucking know. Flash us those non-boobies. Fuck you, John Bond. I can't fucking say your name. You don't think these are boobs? You don't think these are boobs? Where the fuck did my bra go? I was wearing... I swear to God, I was wearing 2 bras. I swear to God, I was wearing 2 bras. I still got this one. I don't know where the fuck this bra went. Anyway, Digibro. If you don't know who the fuck that Digibro person is, Digibro is an anime analysis individual. He wrote a book. He wrote it in like a week. He wrote it in 24 hours over the course of 4 days. No boobs on YouTube. Yeah, I don't want to be marked down for like shit, so I'm probably not going to do that. I am honestly confused where this boob went, where this fucking where my bra went. Cause I was wearing a bra. A Digiho? No, he's not like that at all. He talks about anime. He wrote a book in like 24 hours, and this is a tribute, as close as it can be, to Digibro. I really don't know where this went. It really is disturbing me. But at the end of it, for the last 30 minutes, he said this book for like 5,000 words, something like that. And so I decided to just say this book. On YouTube, just as a tribute to his video, to his audio book, because it touched me in my heart. Did you? Fuck you, John Bond. You don't even know. He commented on this video. I hope you know. Check under that pillow. Nope. Nothing there. Yeah, there's no bra there. I'm really gonna have to check outside or something. I don't know where it went. Because this was like I don't know where it went. It was and like a sticky bra, like it stuck to my boob. I could take off the other one and show you what it looked like, but it was like it stuck to it and held it in place, you know. So it can be like. But this one, like, because you can tell, like, this one looks more like a real boob. Like, but this one, oh, fuck. I just dropped my keyboard. But this one looks less full, you know what I'm saying? Whew. Anyway, where was I at? Case of the missing sticky bra. I don't know. What the fuck is it called? A fucking strapless. That's what it's called. It has no straps. That's what it's called. It's a strapless bra. It's a strapless bra. It was a strapless bra. See, it has no straps. This side is still on, and it has no straps. See how it has no straps? But this side has no straps too, but it also doesn't have the bra on. I don't know where the fucking bra went. Sorry. They're behind you. What's that paper at the end of the bed? This paper is just paper. This paper says... this paper is just my eye appointment paper. It's no big deal. It's definitely not a bra. So it's not going to help with the bras shit. It might be outside when I was talking to my roommate like about 40 minutes ago. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. You know, I wish I had better things to do on the weekend than stream on YouTube about fucking nothing. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's actually literally nothing. Okay. You know, if I had like friends or fucking girlfriends or fucking a boyfriend or fucking a girlfriend, I don't fucking care. It could be anything. Literally anything. Make the prompt. What did GD say? He literally said T space H space A space T space 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 B space O space O space K space return. He literally said nothing to me other than that book. Anyway, Digibro noticed me, that my senpai, he noticed me. And so I was like thinking about 7 hours ago, 6 hours ago. You know, there's really no point to doing this anymore. I've already got the attention of the person who I wanted the attention of. You know, he already noticed me. That exactly. That's exactly what he said. Well, you missed a space or two between the T and the B. Racky444. You missed it. You didn't have enough spaces. Let me go see if I can find exactly. Nope, I can't because it doesn't go that far back. Anyway, he found it and he wrote that book. But he had an extra space between the T and the B other than what you've written. He wrote that book. Anyway, so I knew he had seen my video and he knew what I was doing. Good. Fuck you, Caleb Edwards. I am Diva Main. In case you didn't know. What animes do I like? Fucking, what animes do I like? I like Lane, Serial Experiments Lane. Have you heard of that shit? Serial Experiments Lane. I like that one. And I like, fucking, what else do I fucking like? It's been a while since that shit. I liked the new Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I like that one. No, so like I don't fucking remember. It's been a while since I watched anime, to be honest. I watched all the Bakemonogataris, the movie ones. I liked all of those. The movies, those are really good. Definitely didn't like SAO. Naruto Shippuden! Fuck you! John. So no. No, I don't fucking watch that shit. I think I watched a little bit of the Madara, like, New War shit. Naruto and Bleach are the best thing. You fucking need to watch some shit, like some newer shit, some fucking older shit or some shit, like Serial Experiments Lane. Serial Experiments Lane fucking changed my whole fucking life. I'm serious. Kobayashi Mod is actually really good. Is that the one where the girl like is fucking a dragon and she doesn't fucking know that she's fucking a dragon? Bleach. Black Butler. I don't fucking like Black Butler. Black Butler was boring. It fucking made me go to sleep. And I'm fucking not doing anything right now. I'm fucking just drunk and saying that book. Fuck. That book. All I'm doing is saying that book. And I'm fucking not bored enough to go to sleep. Boku no Pico. You know, I am Boku. And I have no Pico, if you know what I'm saying. Boku no Pico. Boku no Pico. Soy muy pico anata wa. That book. I haven't actually seen Boku no Pico, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. I know what it's about because, you know, internet memes, everyone knows fucking talking about. I don't know if I'm gonna talk about Serial Experiments Lane. If you haven't seen it, if you're like 14 and you haven't seen Serial Experiments Lane, it actually is still really good. Like, it hasn't become like, you know, too old to watch, despite the fact that it was written like 20 fucking years ago and was supposed to be futuristic and was talking about technology and near technology and not far technology. So you would think that like maybe some of the stuff would be too old, but it's actually pretty good still. I was watching it like just 2 days ago. Boku no Pico. Yeah, Boku no Pico. Anata wa Pico Sudatsu. Make a review of Boku no Pico? I haven't watched it. I only know the memes about it. I know that it's about two futari boys who like to suck dick. Boku no Pico. That book. Oops. I fucking fucked it up. 9783. I'm not good at reviews. If I was good at reviews, I'd already be doing them. Watch it then make a review. I would have to be fucking drunk off my gourd. Drunker than I am now. I feel like it's perfect. 750? I definitely was beyond 750, Caleb Edwards. You're trying to get me to do this longer than I need to. So fuck you. And Ricky, you're being a troll. I know you. I know your type. 784, that book. Okay, there we are at 784. Harbaj, we've been friends for, I don't know, fucking 30,000 fucking that books or some shit. So I believe you. Everyone starts somewhere. I don't want to start somewhere. Sword Art Online. I haven't watched any Sword Art Online. None. Not a single bit. I have no desire to watch Sword Art Online. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch a single bit of that shit. Boku no Pico review. Not even trolling. Well, Reki444. Subscribe. Maybe you'll get a Boku no Pico review. I don't make videos every single day though, so you know. Have you seen my desk? I showed it like a little while ago. Like, look at my desk. I'm gonna have to clean this shit up at some point. Look at this. I fucking coughed up fucking. What is that? Wine. That's what it's called. Wine a little while ago, and it was a fucking mess. So I'm gonna have to clean it up at some point. But you know, if you want a Boku no Pico review, subscribe. Subscribe right now. And I will definitely do a Poco no Pico review. If you subscribe, specifically you, Reki4444, I will remember your name, even though I'm fucking shit-faced right now. I'm very... Within the next week! Oh man, you're so demanding. You're so demanding, Reki. Oh my god. Yeah. Like, do you see how fucking drunk I am? Do you think I could just put out a Boku no Pico review? I know that it's about two little gay boys. I know that that's what it's about. You have to get 10,000. Everyone will remember. I don't think anyone will remember this, Caleb. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I'm definitely going to hit 10,000. I'm definitely going to hit it. But, like, I don't think a single soul will remember this. I don't think I will remember this. I will comment on every video until... You know, Reki, right now, you're just giving me... What is the flag on the wall? So on this wall, we have the Kekistani video, the Kekistani wall video, flag. Because I am native Kekistani troll poster of the internet, and on this video, on this wall, I'll tell you, that is to say, is the trans flag. Because, in case you didn't notice, because you're blind or some shit, I don't fucking know. I'm trans. MTF. Not FTM. I am MTF. That means these boobs were made by a chemical extrusion which I drank in my mouth. So if that offends you or some shit, if you feel like you've been trapped, fuck you. It's not like, you know, whatever. I'm game to suck dick. Even though you're probably 14. I've sucked a 14-year-old dick before. You know, I was 15 at the time. But, whatever. You better... You know, Reki, you know, you're just giving me incentive not to post it. You know that, right? Like, if you're saying, I'll just watch every video until you post the Boku no Pico video, it's just like, you know, I'll just not post it. You know, I'll just get that extra view. Who gives a shit? That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. I really don't know where my bra went. Oh my god. I have no idea where my bra is. I have half of it. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, it's definitely visible in the video. This boob is so much bigger than this one. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Why would you tell me this? Tell you what? You have to be more specific. I've talked about a fuck ton of shit since you've last talked about it. Don't tell me your plan. What plan? I don't have any plans. I'm fucking drunk. You think I have plans? I'm fucking drunk. That book. That book. That book. I only have 2 more books left, so you better be quick. That book. 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 Good luck with your books. Thank you, Reki. I'm not going to do the Boku no Pico review unless you keep watching my videos or some shit. Yeah, if you ask really nicely, I'll look at doing a Boku no Pico review. If you ask really nicely. That book. That book. That book. I have no interest in watching it. I've watched a lot of porn in my days. You know what I'm saying? And like... Boku no Pico, like 2 little gay boys, what fucking? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That book. 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 You look really good from a few months ago. What? You're talking about my old videos, like from a few months ago? John Baha? Like before I started transitioning? Like openly? I don't know what you mean. You have to be more specific. I'm drunk, in case you didn't know. That book. 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 Do you mean that I look a lot better now than I did before? Or do you think that I looked better then? Don't just say yeah. Like, you have to be more specific. I don't know what you're talking about. There's like a 30-second delay between what I'm saying and what you're saying. That book. 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 I look like a girl. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'm like honest and being serious right now. That means a lot to me. Like I've been like trying really hard, and it's hard to find like objective opinions about this shit because like my friends, I don't really believe them when they say like, "Oh, you look so good." I was like, you're not objective. You know me as a person, so you're like trying to say like I look like a girl and like I look good. But like you're just trying to make me feel good, and you don't know me as a person, so that makes me feel that. Thank you, John Bon. You look bueno in your transition. Thank you so much. That book. Thank you. That book. That book. That book. I have been trying really hard to like do my makeup better and like learn how to do my makeup and my lipstick and my foundation and eyeliner and shit like that. I'm super fucking drunk right now, so if I look okay right now, it's fucking good. That is fucking great. Anyway, thank you. That book. That book. That book, 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 that book. It's hard for me to like accept people saying that shit. Because like some people, I just like assume they're just trying to like be nice and like, you know, they have reason to say that I feel good because, you know, they might be using it. Yes, I definitely have always felt like a girl inside. Like, I have been playing up the boy parts of me as much as I could up until like 7 months ago, 6 months ago. I can't remember. You can probably look through my videos and tell when the transition started. I was very, very abrupt with my videos. Although I was starting to grow my hair before I mentioned it on my videos. If you watch them, I don't know. Like no one subscribes to my videos and watches them. I just do it for me. But like I was growing out my hair. I've been growing out my hair for about 2 years now. And I've been married for like 3 years. And we got divorced like about a month and a half ago. Something like that. About a month ago. But I've always felt like this. I've always wanted this. I've just been really repressed because I've been Mormon. I don't know if you know what it means, like. You know, like, I've been Mormon. I don't know if you know what a Mormon is. but like they don't believe in this like transgender bullshit. They don't believe that you can be born the wrong gender. If you're born male with a dick, that means you're a man. And like that's different than being a woman. They don't believe in like being able to switch. They don't believe in like, you know, women being born with a dick and men being born with a vagina. They don't believe in any of that shit. And they don't believe in like, you know, woman being born with a dick and no balls and being born with like no balls and a dick. They don't believe any of that shit. Mormons are nuts. Yeah, no shit. I was raised that way. It took a lot of work to like undo that shit. It took a lot of time. And you know, I finally arrived where I am. And I'm really happy with being a woman, like living as a woman. At work, I present 100% as a woman. I haven't worn male clothes at all. I wear a bra and like tank tops and capris and blouses and skirts and shit like that. 100% of the time, all the time. And it's a lot. I feel a lot more comfortable. So it's a lot different than it was. In Ukraine, just even having long hair, I was like, you know, given dirty looks. Yeah, I was. I was trying really hard to be as like, you know, straightforward Mormon, priesthood holder, man, family person as much as I could be. I fucking took so much work. Just trying to pretend to be who I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It was a tough act. It was a lot of work. That book. But I moved and I'm feeling a lot better with myself. Estrogen makes me, you know, a little more emotional at times. Like I watch some Star Trek and I start crying because it's, you know, a little bit too emotional for me, but I like it a lot more. I like being more emotional than not. That book. 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 At some point, I'm gonna have to find where my where that half of my brow went. I don't know where it is at this point. That book. 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 I should probably change the stains up to something else because it's gonna be stained. Maybe I should buy a new one. That book. The book. That 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 book. Oh my God, we're 100 away from 10,000. You know, I was originally planning on going at this for 8 hours. I start at 1 p.m. and it's 8:21. Oh my God, I may end up going at this for 8 hours anyway. Even though I like spouted Russian nonsense as far as you all understand for about 40 minutes as far as I know. I don't know how long I went at it. Sorry. That book. 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 That book, 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 that book. Sangria is super sweet. It's not at all like any of the other alcohol I've drank. You know, because I was a Mormon, I haven't drunk very much alcohol in my life. I've drinking a bit of sake today. I've drinking a bit of other wines, sangria, and pisco. Pisco is by far the most strong shit that I've drank. I drank about 300 milliliters of that today. It was like the first shit I drank, and it was strong. And I shouldn't have drank it so much because it fucking plastered me. That book. That book. That book. Sweet alcohol makes your head hurt. Well, that's why you need to drink more, so that it stops hurting and you don't feel anything anymore. I need to clean this fucking desk. It's a fucking mess. There's alcohol. There's wine everywhere. It's a fucking mess. In case you can't tell from my shirt. That bug. That bug. Honestly, my head doesn't hurt at all. I'm just fucking like... what's the word? I'm tipsy. I am... I don't have balance. I've lost my balance. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Sweet alcohol is so easy to drink. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. It's emergency. Do you mean my desk or do you mean generally? That book. That book. That book. That book. Sorry for the delay. I can't really do anything about that. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. Glass jaw? What do you mean? That book. 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 Oh yeah, my desk is a murder scene. It's a fucking mess. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to like get some alcohol swabs and shit to clean it up. So it's a mess. And the shirt, I don't know if the shirt is ever... I don't know if the shirt's ever going to be clean again, to be honest. That book. Like, I think it's just stained like this. That book. 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 Play Apes Dust Mill by Glassjaw. What the fuck is this? Ape Dough Mills by Blackjaw. I have no idea what the fuck this is. Where's my headphones? My headphones are like way the fuck over there. Oh my god. Oops, I made a mess. I really don't have a... I'm sorry. I have no idea what the fuck I did. But I made this, oh, there we go. Okay, let's listen to this. Apto Jills. Apto Mill. Oops. I have no idea what I'm listening to. Me either. Oh my god. I don't think I should listen to this right now. Oh my god, I am too drunk for that. Damn, I want to hear. I don't think I can make it so you can hear while I'm listening to it at the same time. Sorry about that. I don't think I should listen to this right now. I think I'm too fucking drunk. It sounds like some Russian person trying to speak English. I can't deal with it. That book. Sorry, John Bond. That book. 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 Noise. Noise. Nice. Yeah, I got a full glass of wine just sitting on my desk. Maybe I should finish that off. Whew. I'm surprised I have 22 thumbs up and only 3 down. That book. That book. I would think I'd have way more thumb down. Because I'm a fucking mess right now. That's for sure. That book. That book. That book. Oh my god. That book. That book. That book. Oh fuck. Then there's near. I think I made that. I think I did that many. That book. That book. That book. That book. That book. All right. Let's finish this off. All right. All y'all who are watching this, that is to say garbage and Finish your glasses, finish your shots. We're ready to hit 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. That book. Oh my god. Oh, it hurts the core. It turns me on. My heart is going pitter patter, pitter patter. You know, this is not even this is half as many words as Digibro did in his book that I am doing a tribute to. However, it has taken me how many hours? 6.5? Only 6.5? What? 7.5? I start at 1 p.m. and it is 8 p.m. That means it is 7.5. 7.5 hours. 7.5 hours. Thank you, John. I'm not going to be taking out my shirt for you. Sorry. 7.5 hours. Only 10,000 words. You know, this is insane to me. You would think that it would be less than this. What did Digibro say after the book? I don't know. He just stopped. The end? The end. I was expecting just to go saying this book until the end, until I reached the end. But I like kind of broke from that because I got too drunk to be able to do that. So I don't know. That book. That's almost exactly what he said, like 6 hours ago. I hope he understands how much drunkenness and pain I went through to be able to do this. Anyone have any questions or whatever? If not, I'm just gonna like close this and go to bed or something. I'll wait for like the video to go through until you can like question. No, he said it fucking sucks or something. Yeah, it does. I mean, on the one hand, it's great and it's inspiring. Blow me a kid. I don't know what the fuck that means. Fuck you, John Bond. I'll blow you a fucking... There, is that good enough? Is that fucking good enough? Is that horrible? Я вас люблю так долго с вами сидела. Да. Rape! Shoot. Yeah, I'm just joking. I'm too drunk for this shit. I should go to bed, because holy shit, tomorrow's gonna be a fucking long day. Oh god. Peace.